up to around 100 miles per hour being reported in gusts. I saw 101 a little bit earlier at an elevation of about 98 feet on one of the oil rigs that was out there in Louisiana. Just about 15 minutes ago, an oil platform reported 85 with a gust of 101. And now we're looking at a couple of gusts in that area too. 90 miles per hour on the latest update. This is as of 12 o'clock now. The update says we're at 28.3. If you're plotting, and some people still plot, I love to plot. 28.3, 92.3 to the west, about 190 miles southwest, actually about 180 miles southwest of New Orleans at the moment, and moving northward. It is going to make a landfall, if you will, somewhere in Franklin, Thibodaux, Houma area there, the western side, if you will, of both of those parishes, New Iberia, and then move toward New Orleans as a low-pressure center. Again, not a very closed system, but we've got tons of video. And Jarvis, if we could just go through full screen, if we can, to show you. We got Brett Adair, who is riding. We'll see Brett in his car, actually in his automobile. Right there he is, and we'll be talking to him in just a few moments. But that is Brett and Heath Brisket Lawler. And they are out and driving around and going to get some information. They'll be sending us back some information about what's going on with the tides there, how much of a storm surge that we have coming into the area there. They'll let us know about both of those things, actually, as we move along. They're in southern Louisiana here at the moment. I think they're over there near Grand Isle, where we have a couple of cameras. In fact, Lafitte, we've got a camera in Lafitte, Louisiana, to show you the water as it goes up. This is into the bay. This is actually the marina there. I can't remember the exact name of the marina, but it's going to be high water there. Now, I don't know. I didn't see this early enough in the day today to know whether or not that was going to be the situation where that boat is right there. The boat on the left, that is a shrimp boat. You can see the towers off to the side. And that's a reason that we'll be seeing some of that information there as it goes through and to the east. And you can certainly see we have some of the other showers that will be building across the area as well that'll make their way through this portion of southern Louisiana. We've got other cameras in Jean Lafitte, and this is going to be Jean Lafitte on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. And south of Louisiana, that's going to be the canal that goes through that region. And that'll be one of the reasons that we see some of this, at least over the next 12 hours or so, really start to pile up on the eastern side. We'll certainly see that. We also know that we're going to have our fair share of tornado, small tornadoes that'll be popping up. And now the National Weather Service out of New Orleans did just issue a tornado warning. These are going to be quick. There's a radar-indicated tornado warning. We can go back to the radar here in a couple of minutes. This is for Plaquemine Parish there in southern Louisiana, and this is going to be southeastern Louisiana. Thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado there near Burwood, moving to the northwest at about 45 in Plaquemine Parish. Dangerous storms here. This will be around till 12:35. Port Sulphur at about 12:40 and Burris at about 12:50. You can expect this as well. That is out of this little area. I'm going to say thunderstorm. It is a thunderstorm because there's some lightning that shows up there, but we'll show you the inbound and the outbound. Now, this is the difference in the radar. This is what the radar will show you as far as the possibility of a tornado. We're actually out of our range here just a tad. 70 miles is where most of our products work, out to 70 miles. You can see we're just out of range there a little bit, but this is coming on through the marsh. And an inbound-outbound marker does show up here just to the south and east of Burris, right about there, and also up here near Port Sulphur. I've been down this road before. This is a road where it's one in and one out, one bathroom down there, and, a little bit of fishing here and there. And there's Grand Isle on the western side. Still have a marine warning there for the possibility. That goes for another hour, the possibility of inbound and outbound sort of a situation with a couple of water spouts that will be moving on shore there near the Mississippi River and throughout the rest of that area there too. And if you look off to the north, several other thunderstorms that we'll be looking at as we go through time here. Thunderstorms because of the dry air. Not typical of thunderstorms, don't typically come with a hurricane, but with dry air intrusion on the southwestern side, that is cause for dynamics to pull this whole thing together. So that's currently where we are with that whole situation there too. And we got a couple of other In fact, if you'll take Brett full screen for just a moment, I think I can find some more video to show you that I just saw a few moments ago. We do, in fact. That's Brett at Air. We're riding along with Brett. We'll be listening to him here shortly. I'll have to call him, tell him not to cuss, because he's got a mouth like a sailor. And we'll get him on air here in just a couple of minutes, and he'll be talking with us. This is his channel, by the way. But we certainly have more people who are out and about, people that will be watching as we go through the rest of the day today. We've got Brad Arnold is out there. We've been looking at Brad's. Ooh, let me turn this down. This is, he's in Cocodrie. Brad Arnold is in Cocodrie, Louisiana, and he'll be moving throughout that region as we go through the next couple of hours. He's got some debris on the roadway in his video, so we'll be watching and talking to him in just a few moments. I talked to him, and he said that was okay. Michael Beard is also out and about. He's with LSM. Michael is in the Morgan City, Louisiana area. Michael off and on. We've talked to Michael before. He has a big truck. I don't know what that means, but Michael's sitting there. He's waiting in Morgan City, Louisiana. He's going to be following the storms there. He'll have some more information for us as the storm gets a little bit closer. And we'll be looking back and forth with him. We got Brandon Ivy's also out there. He's in Morgan City, sitting there looking and watching some of these thunderstorms. We have a network of people who are out and about that we'll be watching and talking to through the rest of this afternoon, through the entire event, as well as all of these cameras that we'll be looking at as well. This is that camera, again, in Lafitte, Louisiana. This is going to be right there on the bay, actually. And I think this is I can't remember the name of the marina, but I'll come up with it in just a few moments. You can see the shrimp boats there that are reacting to the tide coming in, and I'll find out what the tide is, what high and low tide is there in both of those areas. And then we have this this image here from Grand Isle. This is going to be really on the ground. This is going to be what we think is ground zero, really. And I want you to look at a couple of things. One is where these posts are, and you can see the little boardwalk there off into the distance. See that just off into the distance there a little bit? That boardwalk's going to go underwater, very likely going to go under the water as we go through the next couple of hours, because the storm surge is just now really beginning to pick up and move across that area there. And then we've got the this is going to be just outside of Jean Lafitte. This is on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, and there will be some boats that will be coming through here very shortly. You can see there's a place to moor your boat right over there. I said moor because I really like that word, and I'll go back to it several times as we move along. Again, Brad Arnold there. He's in Cocodrie, and he's going to be out and about, and we'll effort getting him on the air here anytime you want to. Jarvis is back behind the scenes. Jarvis is, and he'll be giving us information as we go through the day today as well. Right now, we got that tornado warning. I think they just issued a tornado watch. Yeah, they did. A brand new tornado watch just issued moments ago. For the next 10 hours, they're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see what they're talking about. I'll show that to you. Tornado watch number 667. That's going to be effective through the rest of this afternoon. The primary threat's going to be several tornadoes that will be likely through the day. Hurricane Francine is going to continue to approach the coast of Louisiana through the night tonight. The potential for tornadoes still exists throughout the afternoon and early evening. Tornado watch area approximately along 70 miles to the north and south. That's blah, blah, blah. Let me just show it to you because I don't want to give you the coordinates. There it is, right there. That box that you see, this box right there that goes to Bogalusa, over to Baton Rouge, down into the Gulf of Mexico and eastward, almost over to the Alabama line there near Bayou La Batterie. And that's going to be in effect through the rest of this evening and overnight tonight, because we're going to have some tornado warnings. You already got one right here, very elongated tornado warning that is in effect there for a little while longer, 15 more minutes in that tornado warning. Look, here's what's going to happen. The tornado warnings that we have through the day today, they're going to be short term. These things come up very quickly and they're gone very quickly. Sometimes 10, 15 minutes is the until the maturation of a tornado warning. Plaquemine Parish, you're underneath that tornado warning at the moment with the storm northeast of Burwood. I'm reading that, and probably that data is already old because I think this thing has already gone past there. But we've got another thunderstorm that's coming in there near Grand Isle that we'll be looking at as well. And just the reflectivity alone, there is your hurricane. If you want to take a look at that, the big brown circle there in the screen, south and west of the circle is where we see the hurricane coming on shore just around Franklin. Through the rest of this area, there is a report now of some flash flooding that is going on there into the area. The Spotter Network is reporting flash flooding going on In Prescott, it looks like a little less than an inch, primarily in the low-lying areas. This is just to the west of Houma, Louisiana. Low-lying area there in Houma. My college roommate, Patrick Core, from this region here in New Iberia and Franklin. Houma, Louisiana, Thibodaux down in that region. Very low-lying is what we're looking at there. And that'll be the case. So right now, give me a sec. Let's see, they didn't issue anything new. That was at 12 o'clock. Conditions deteriorating fast there. And as the storm is moving on shore, tropical storm force winds just offshore, but coming on shore here very shortly. Possible flooding that'll be taking place. And again, a gust of over 101 reported just a few moments ago out there on one of the old derricks, old platforms that's out there into the Gulf of Mexico. There are many of them. I go fishing out there. There are tons of old platforms that are out there in that general region there too. A couple of other reports. Got heavy rain in New Orleans here at the moment. The rain's coming down pretty hard there. And also as you go over here toward Gulfport and Gaucher, other areas there's Bayou La Batre reporting rain, heavy rainfall coming down near Dauphin Island and the rest of the region too. And here's the other part of this. I know we're talking about tornadoes that are taking place there into southern Louisiana, but the likelihood is also that some of the banding that'll be moving on eastward during the day today over here into the western part of the Panhandle. Some of this banding is going to produce tornadoes or water spouts that'll be coming on shore as we go later into this afternoon. There's one of the bands right now. These will head northward and eastward toward Panama City, Santa Rosa Beach, over to Pensacola in the Destin area too. And there'll be cause for, probably a couple of water spouts that'll be coming on shore, and the possibility. We might even get a watch over there to southern Alabama as this thing comes on shore there too. Picayune over to Slidell and Gulfport. You got heavy rainfall showing up across both of those regions there. And again, Grand Isle is really where we're looking at. Let me go back to the radar here, back over here. And this is the new radar site, by the way. It used to be over there in Slidell. Now it's off to the west of Slidell. It used to be LIX, and now it's HDC there on U.S. Interstate 12, actually, just west of Slidell, Louisiana. If you break this down, there is the eye of the hurricane. Now, the highest winds are going to be in banding features, and there's one right there. So this is going to be where your, possible 90-mile-per-hour winds plus would be showing up, right about in that area there on the northeastern quadrant. One of the things that I often look at, I take a storm like this, and if you take it and you look at it and you break it down, what is supposed to be a healthy storm would be equal quads that would mirror themselves. So what we're looking at is precision here. So if this is the center of the storm right there, this would be a mirror image of the one that's just to the left of it. And you should see a healthy storm would have filled in this area down in here. It looked just like this off to the north. This is not a healthy storm. This is a very weakened sort of a situation because it did not have time to really set up. The anticyclone aloft is not helping it out at all. So this is good news. Here's the banding feature there over here. We'll call this quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is a healthy side of this. So is 2. And this is going to be where the worst of the weather is. It's going to be in the second quadrant over here. And then some of the high winds coming in would be on the back side of this, but they'd only be in that banding feature, that one banding feature. And the rest of it looks like an open wave, what we'd call an open wave at the low pressure center. Right there. That's where the low is. This almost looks front-like that's coming across here. And we call this a baroclinic sort of a situation. It's not, it is tropical because it is deriving its energy out of the center of the storm from the water. The water temperature is high here into the 80s. And as long as it's deriving its energy from the center of the storm and not from a temperature differential, a baroclinic differential along the frontal boundary, then it's considered a tropical system there overall. Again, Port Sulphur, Louisiana, underneath a tornado warning here at the moment. That is Port Sulphur. That's going to be included right there through the watch area too. That we'll certainly be looking at there as well. I don't know if we can talk to Brett. We always have to say, Brett, can we talk to you, please? And Jarvis, I don't know if you got him in your ear. Or Brad, is Brad about ready to talk to us? Yeah, get in touch with Brad Arnold, famous Brad Arnold. Brad is actually in the field of weather analogy. Brad from Huntsville, Alabama. He is a guy who goes to all the events typically. He's seen quite a bit. He's been through quite a few tornadoes actually, and I see his video. We'll effort getting him on the air here in just a couple of seconds because he's always got a little bit of insight as to what's happening. He's down there on the coast, just like everybody else is down there on the coast. Few people who are standing back just a little bit, but waiting for it to come on shore. You don't want to get down there along the immediate coast of Louisiana because, dude, there's just it's tough. In fact, let's just kind of look at it here. Southern Louisiana. I looked up food. Probably shouldn't have done that. But this is Southern Louisiana. This is what it looks like, and it's marsh. I mean, it's just much of this. The Chaffalay Bay over here to the eastern side. You got Vermilion Bay here. This is where the water is going to rush in here near Vermilion Bay. Not a lot of people live down here, by the way, but this is Marsh Island. The Intercoastal Waterway is here, by the way, and that runs through the south side of this. The Intercoastal that goes all the way along the Gulf of Mexico. Again, Chaffalay Bay, and then back to the west toward White Lake and Grand Lake. Those are going to be areas that certainly we're going to have flood inundation that will be coming in across both of those. Calcasieu Parish, this is Calcasieu-Cameron Parish actually, but Calcasieu Lake, Hackberry and Grand Lake, just south of Lake Charles. You're going to be on the other side of this. That's going to be a north wind that will be coming in, an offshore wind that will be blowing water away from land as we continue through the region. But right here is where you're going to see the bulk of it. Metairie, New Orleans, Jean Lafitte. We got a camera there that we'll be looking at as we move along through time. We'll be talking to Brad. I think Brett's about to come in on a little situation here as well. No, he's not. He made Heath turn around, and they're going in the opposite direction, actually. But where do we stand with Brad? Have you been able to raise him? Okay. All right. So we're about to have Brad Arnold on, and we'll talk to him about the situation down there. Again, you're looking at it from sort of a three-dimensional view here. This is Terrebonne Bay down on the south side. Grand Isle over to Terrebonne Bay, West Bay, Venice. Just low, super low, and I don't think anybody is riding this out down into Venice at this point, even though the center of the hurricane is not coming on shore there, but some of the banding features will be. This is, by the way, where the Mississippi River comes in, just south of Lake Pontchartrain, the Mississippi running out of Plaquemine and then moving southeastward into Black Bay down to Venice, and then exiting into the Gulf of Mexico right here at the southwestern pass. That's where the Mississippi River comes in, Blind Bay, and over to the Garden Island area, coming southward. I grew up in this region a little bit, fishing here. Used to go to Chalmette for a couple of weeks every year. Chalmette was devastated by the big hurricane, and when that happened, sort of changed everything. Everything down here changed a little bit. That's Lake Bourne. This is the area here. This is called the Rigolets. The Rigolets is the inlet in and out of Lake Pontchartrain that goes over to Lake Bourne. That's this small area right in here. The Rigolets, which is very important, whether or not you're going to have a lot of water coming to Lake Pontchartrain or not. There's going to be a fetch there for a little while that would do that, but I don't think that's going to hang around for very long, and probably not a big deal overall there into the short term. What is that? That's a tornado watch, I think. But I believe it's the same tornado watch that we were looking at a few moments ago. Just now getting my little studio put together here, by the way. I took my studio from Fort Payne, Alabama. That was our headquarters in Fort Payne, Alabama. Now we're in beautiful Panama City Beach, Florida. We are live with you today from Panama City Beach, Florida. The very beautiful part of Panama City Beach here, which is also going to be affected as we go through the next couple of hours with more and more in the way of rainfall and eventually some wind. We won't have high wind, but eventually some wind that'll be coming in here also. So right now, where do we stand? We got a hurricane, and it is now reported to be just offshore. We're looking at about the center of the storm being just about 120 miles southwest of Morgan City. That's Morgan City right here. Morgan City. And we're still 120 miles to the southwest I can prove it to you because right there is where it is. We know exactly where it is in the whole system. And look at this. Look, over the last few minutes, I'll get rid of some of these boxes. They're kind of crazy. But over the last few minutes, the radar imagery showing dry air going into the center of the storm now. This is it. This is the dry air and where it's going. And you can actually see it makes its way into the center of the storm, which is super weird. I say super weird. It's just not expected. This looks, again, more and more like a Bear Clinic low pressure center to me instead of, a major hurricane. There really isn't anything on the southwestern side of this as far as the whole makeup of it goes. Let me see if I can get a little satellite image up here. Kind of. There's a little satellite image right there. And again, the dry air that's being sucked in on the southwestern side of this is the reason that it's not growing, that it's not still becoming a bigger storm. But there's the center of the storm right there. You can see it, a little cloud over it. You don't have a very well-defined eye of the hurricane just yet. But that is it. Winds are going in this direction here. They're going in this direction here. You still got some winds over here. This is all associated with some of the banding that'll be coming on shore to Pensacola Beach here just a little bit later on. And now this is an offshore wind. Beaumont, Port Arthur, over to Lafayette. This is the Sabine River where that comes in, and going to see, more of an onshore sort of a situation taking place there in the next couple of hours. And the whole thing, let's see. There we go. The whole thing there, right there, that's what you're looking at with everything kind of sliding in and around the area. And I believe in my ear now we have the formidable, stupendous, the wonderful Brad. Do we have Brad yet? I thought I heard him in my ear. Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold. Are you there, buddy? Well, okay, I wanted to see your face, but because let's see, can I see him? We're about to. Jarvis is working magic here behind the scenes, and we're about to see your face here. Let's talk for just a minute, buddy. So when did you get down there? Tell me a little bit about what you've been doing. Yeah, Brad, your mic went out for just a second. We'll get it back up here. Look, by the way, everything we were doing today is live.
Hey, can you hear me, David?
Now I hear you, Brad. Brad's in a hurricane. So, Brad,
all right, good deal.
Tell me a little bit about what how you planned this out, what you're doing.
Yeah, so last night we got to Raceland, Louisiana. Stayed there last night. Woke up this morning, felt a little bit under the weather. Unfortunately, was a bit nauseated this morning, but that wasn't just because I was watching the satellite imagery overnight. But no, so and then worked my way over to Morgan City this morning, and now I'm dropping south right now to see how far I can get to Cocodrie, Louisiana.
Yeah, and I know you can see you've been looking at this as much as I have. This is not, a big-time hurricane or anything, but still, I think probably our biggest threat here is going to be some of the water that's going to be coming up. I don't know about the tides at all these places, but I do know we're reaching high tide at a couple of these places. Is that of interest to you as well?
Absolutely. A lot of thankfully this is coming in at a lot of places low tides. So I know that low tide was early this morning, or high tide was early this morning, and low tide is about to happen. So we'll have to see. But and then we have another high tide later on tonight. But hopefully by then it'll be gone. But my goodness, the police presence through here is pretty wild.
Yeah, what's your focus?
They definitely do not want people out on the road.
Yeah, what's your focus going to be, Brad? Because there is a tornado threat on the east side of this. Got a couple of tornado warnings. Got one that's persistent there. What are you looking for at this point with your coverage?
Yeah, so right now, my plan right now is to intercept, obviously, get in the eye of the hurricane, and then my attention will quickly change to the tornado threat, that's going to be over near New Orleans, Gulfport, Mobile, and even further east towards Pensacola later on this evening. I do think that the tornado threat is actually pretty significant today. I'm not expecting anything like Hurricane Beryl, if you remember that, David, where they had nearly a record amount of tornado warnings in one CWA. But um, I think that there's going to be quite a few tornado warnings, a lot of tornadoes today,
Yeah, this is
or this evening. So.
yeah, kind of in the the heat of the day, really. I mean, we got a daytime storm that's coming on shore here. We got tons of dry air now beginning to mix with this thing. So certainly, I think the threat is going to be there. I have one more question for you, and
Yeah.
you have to dig deep here. But how in the world do the Atlanta Braves lose to the Cincinnati Reds 1-0? How does that happen, Brad?
Your guess is as good as mine, Dave.
Okay.
I have. I don't know if you got the notification, but Ronaldo Lopez just went on the 15-day IL
Shut
with
up.
shoulder
Shut up.
inflammation. Yep.
Seriously. Seriously.
So
Play his
I'm the
mind.
bearer of bad news today. Yeah, I'm the bearer of bad news today. So Ronaldo Lopez to the IL.
I did not
What are we,
know
one
that.
game back right now?
I don't really even know. I saw we didn't score a run yesterday. Brad's also a huge Florida State Seminole fan, and Brad,
What do they say down in Florida State? Do they say roll tide?
I
Is
have no
that
idea.
the saying?
I have not heard
Okay.
that.
All right.
Anyway, Brad Arnold. Brad, we're gonna be if we can, buddy. Can we check back in with you
Yeah.
in just a little bit? And
Yeah.
I'd like for you to zoom in on your face a little bit more. Like that's a
Okay.
good shot, but I really want to see your face more. Brad Arnold.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Brad. I appreciate you, buddy. Be safe
Thanks,
out
Dave.
there. He knows I'm always
All right, thank
checking
you.
on him to be safe.
All right. Bye.
All right. So that's where we are at the moment with, Brad being down there at the coast. I'm not going to say a lull. It's not really a lull at this point, but what's coming on shore here has had a couple of tornado warnings with it, but only one that was significant enough to really look at overall. Got a couple of wind reports here over to Houma. There's a wind report. Got some water coming up. We're going to go through these surge cameras that we have here in just a couple of moments. And also we're going to be talking to Brett Adair. I promise. We'll be talking to Brett. But there's the whole thing kind of rolling along. A little concentric low-pressure center here at the moment. Where is the center? Pretty easy to see where the center of the storm is. And by far, the highest wind that we're going to hear about is right there. And it is, approximately 30, 40 miles from coming on shore. We're moving northward at 13, so we still have about 3 hours yet before the highest winds get to Houma, Louisiana, Morgan City, into that Grand Isle, Thibodaux area as we go through the rest and into this afternoon. So that's where we currently stand. There's your low pressure, the hurricane as we see it right now, just offshore again. It is headed off to the north-northwest. Probably we're going to see, and again, let me point this out. The eye of this thing is fairly large. If you go from there to there, that's like a 40-mile wide eye of a hurricane. That's a lot. An indication of it's not very well formed. Just like that whole skater thing, maybe you've heard it before, centrifugal force. You bring your arms in, the closer they are, the skater, the faster they go around and around, right? Same principle here that's ongoing in physics is the smaller this circle is, the faster the storm would be as far as, those winds on the outer edge. But the other thing that I do see is there's certainly, if you just look at what's sneaking in here, is dry air. That's dry air coming in on this side of the storm. And dry air is just a killer when it comes to the formation of these, these towering, we call it the CDO, the central dense overcast, the CDO of the storm. And that's when you get the thunderstorms that are piling up around the center. And that's when it gets powerful. So right now, the power is coming in on some of these outer edges right here from Thibodaux over to Burris. These are going to be thunderstorms, and you can see the likelihood there. Some of these are probably in likely spinning. If you put in the data here, and this is going to be let me tell you what you're looking at here. This is storm relative velocity, so it's taking into account the motion of these things as they move northward. But then it has the algorithm within says, okay, we'll delete the motion forward, but then if there's still a movement of inbound and outbound winds that is close together, then we'll mark that. And what you actually see here, Morgan City over to Thibodaux area, where the wind is beginning to change. Now, this is suspect to me. This area right in there, that's kind of suspect. It's not gate to gate. It's not like pixel to pixel, but there's certainly a wind that's going toward and away from the radar site. The radar site is off to the north, so the red is going to be going away, and the green is coming toward. Think of it as the lights of the lights on the back of a car. The red going away from you. Hopefully that's the way it's supposed to work out. If not, you've got a lawsuit. Here, right there, just to the south and west of Thibodaux, in between there and Morgan City, there's a little spin that is going on. We'll see more as we go through the rest of the day today. Even this right here, look. See this right here? That's a tiny spin, but that is a tropical tornado, very likely. Now, the thing about it is the Weather Service sees it, I see it, you see it. But by the time they get out a warning, that thing is probably going to be gone. Let me go back and we'll look at it just frame by frame. Right here. You can see it came into the picture right there. This right here, that's a forming tornado. Just there. That's going to be south of Bay St. Louis in the Wadeland area, right there where it comes in to Mississippi. I think it's Pearl County. You get over to Mississippi, we're talking about counties. You get back here to Louisiana. These are all parishes throughout Louisiana. I didn't come up with those rules. That's just the way it is. And I see several now. These are all spouts. That is a spout right there for sure. I think that is a spout. This is a spout. I just bet my iPad on it. And that's coming into Bay St. Louis. And again, I don't know how they're actually going to be able to, throw off all of these warnings throughout the rest of the afternoon. I want to see if Brett Adair, let me see, Brett. Hold on for 1 second. Headed to Cocodrie. We'll see if we can get him on because he's going to be talking about this too. I just see lots of little rotations that are ongoing there, and this is going to be a nightmare. This will be a nightmare for issuing tornado warnings. There's a little one there. There's a little one. These aren't huge, tornadoes that you see off from a distance. These are going to be really small spins. And here's the other problem is that the actual beam, radar beam, is not, these are low top. They're not super high. They don't extend well up into the atmosphere. These are going to be low down, several 10,000 and below, and that's going to be below the radar beam itself. So a lot of these are going to be missed or just show up for one scan. So this is certainly a very difficult situation. I need to get my buddy Rob Ricks and see if he'll talk to us. Rob Ricks, who was with the National Weather Service there for a long, long time. Maybe he'll get him on the phone here with us in just a little bit because Rob knows all about what's going on. Rob wrote a very prominent and very well-known historic discussion about Hurricane Katrina the night before it came in, and mentioned that it was going to be catastrophic, that you would not recognize the area again after the storm had passed on by. And it was so prophetic that the actual story became huge. He was on the national news talking about that. And I don't know why I didn't think about Rob, but I got to call him when I get a moment here off the air. I'll give him a buzz and see if he'll come on and talk about this whole thing with us, because this is where he lives. This is where he's lived all of his life, so he'll have some information for us there too. And I don't know, Jarvis. I can't see questions, but have you? Well, what monitor? I got a bunch of monitors, but I don't see the chat. But is there a question? Is there something? Are there any questions? Is anybody watching? Does anybody care? All right. All right. Take a. Let me. Just hold on. Let me go to. What's that say? Here, I'll do it. Let me go to YouTube here. I don't need to sign in. I wish you wouldn't verify me. I'm sorry, folks. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves for just a sec. And your password. What's that? I got an extra monitor. Yeah. You don't have SV3 though on your. Oh, I just want to see YouTube. How about I do it this way? Continue as me. For sure, I want to continue as me. Oh man, what is it doing? When did YouTube decide that it needed to make sure it was me watching? All right, I think I got it. Josh Burnham. Is that real? Is that what we're doing? Is that live? So Josh is really the only one who's watching. Michael Beard is with us. We're going to go. We'll be checking in with Michael Beard here in just a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Turn the volume down. Now I got. Oh, no. Rotor Queen. How's the folks down in Grand Isle doing? That's a great question, Rotor Queen. Nola Boo, 504. Hurricane Katrina was August the 29th, 2005. These are questions. We're kind of looking for questions. Nola Boo again. Michael Beard, Josh Burnham, Storm Tracker Drew Richards, and he said Tyler says test. Josh says test. These are some wonderful questions. I really appreciate all of these. Christine says, hi. Christine, thank you for being on with us. We really appreciate you. We're going to be following this for you through the day. We got a weather enthusiast in Brian Davis. He says he thinks there's a tornado in the northeastern Iowa. If you look at the Lake Charles radar, I'm sure there probably is, Brian, and we'll be looking at that off and on now for a while. Everyone, please hit the thumbs up for Nolaboo 504. And we've got, who else have we got? We got Opal Ravina. And Opal says there's no sound. That was probably a while ago. And, yeah, so we're doing good here. Good deal. Yeah, we are streaming on multiple platforms here. On Facebook, I don't think you can ask a question if you're watching on Facebook, but you go to the YouTube. How do you want me to tell them to go to YouTube? YouTube.com/livestormsmedia. And you'll see our little thumbnail right there. You click on the thumbnail. By golly, you can ask a question there on the right-hand side. We'll answer it immediately, if not sooner. We'll probably be answering questions before we even speak to Brett Adair, who is out and about. Brett is riding. Where is Brett? Can we see his feed? I can just kind of go to it right here. There's Michael. Maybe we talk to Michael here in just a little bit. Michael is sitting there in Morgan City, Louisiana. He's having a hot dog and waiting on this thing to come on in. He's there at a red light in Morgan City, Louisiana. That's probably the most famous red light in the entire city right there. And wipers going, and we'll be checking in with Michael Beard. Michael's actually with us, too. He's in our chat. In our chat area. We're just now getting started, by the way. We're going to be on throughout the rest of this afternoon. We'll be talking more and more with different storm analysts who are out and about and kind of looking at what's happening. Again, in Morgan City, that's Brad Arnold that you're looking at right there, riding along with Brad. He's headed to Cocodrie. He'll be in Cocodrie here in the next 30 minutes, as you saw. Jennifer McMahon she is awaiting. That's a cool shot. That is the look. This is what happens post-hurricane arrival. These are all of the electric facilities, the trucks there that have gathered, it looks like in some parking lot there, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, ready for deployment. They're getting ready to go wherever they are supposed to go, wherever they need to go at this point to cover this situation and make sure after the fact that they get out as quickly as possible. These are the men and women who are out in the storm quite oftentimes trying to get you back power and electricity and all of the essentials in order to keep you and your family safe. And that's what we have right now from Jennifer McMahon in that area of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Brandon Ivy's out and about. Look, Brandon's in a thunderstorm right now, or at least a heavy rainfall that is occurring somewhere there in Morgan City, Louisiana, once again. But we'll be checking in with him throughout the remainder of this event as well. And we're also watching these cameras. This is the one that is sitting there. This is just south of Lake Pontchartrain, one of those regions. You can see the banding that's coming in. That's going to be one of the heaviest, highest winds that we've seen here in a while. Sagegrass, you can see that. You know, the movement is what we're looking at. Quite a bit of movement. Look at the birds that are still flying there. Some of the birds that the seagulls that seem to kind of enjoy this sort of situation, and they have gathered there and watching the water. A couple of things we want to look at. See the yellow, or I think it's a yellow on the left-hand side of the screen there on the poles that are in the water. That's what we'll be watching. We'll be looking at that as we go through the next couple of hours to see if the water actually rises there in both of those locations. And I'm actually going to take a look here in just a few moments at one of my fishing apps and see what's going on. Again, in Lafitte, Louisiana, this is at one of the marinas there in Lafitte. Water seems to be coming up just a little bit. So is the wind. You can see the wind on the actually on the water there as we're getting some heavier rainfall from time to time in both of those regions. We'll be watching to see just how quickly the water rises there in both of those locations. You'll have to watch the building because the shrimp boats are going to continue to rise. But we'll see the buildings and see what happens there with water coming up as we do move along. Brandon Ivy, again, right over there in that portion of Lafitte. And I think that's what we have as far as our cameras go right there. We'll be checking in with Brett, who is on his way. I don't see his live feed at the moment, but Brett is also out and about, and he'll have some more information for us as well. Right there in Lafitte, Louisiana. Conditions are deteriorating pretty rapidly there in both of those locations, and we will certainly follow that. NHC, let's go to the actual map here, and I'll show you what we got. Actually, by the way, we do have several other systems that are in the offering now. We've got two of them back to the west besides Francine coming into the western side of the islands. Into the leewards, we got one disturbance here that has a 10% chance over the next 3 days. Another one with a 30% chance over the next 3 days. That's going to be just off to the east. And you see, has that little, sort of look to it, overall comma shape there. And some of the thunderstorms are blowing off on the top side of that as well. So that's going to be the second disturbance. And then you got tropical, this is going to be 7, depression number 7 coming in off of the western side of the Azores and moving across the mid-Atlantic. This is the main development region, is what we call this, at 2 p.m. and is expected to still be a, well, it says an S. That's still looking like it may not strengthen very rapidly overall, but nonetheless, the Hurricane Center is certainly watching that as we go through the next 3 days. 7-day outlook is going to be a little bit like this, similar, but not exactly just like this. I'll back out just a little bit more to show you what I'm talking about. And there's the 7-day, which puts them all, and actually has a little system over here just east of the Atlantic coast that is a low pressure that could form there along the actual frontal boundary that moves northward. It's a low chance, 30% over the next 30 days, and not really projected to be a big deal overall there. I want to go to some of the satellite imagery here because I always love this stuff. These are beautiful pictures coming in, and I think this is going to be included in a meso sort of a situation. I'm sure these are getting used highly, so it's going to load, take it a little while to load. One of the things you do see is that there is not a very well-formed eye at this point. You see, again, the belt of dry air that was trying to slide into this whole thing on the southeastern side of it, but the eye approaching now and coming on shore in the next, we're going to say in the next 2 hours probably, with a forward motion of 13 miles per hour and sitting at about 40 miles offshore. And there's always going to be that debate on whether or not the eye has come onshore or it has made landfall. I've been doing this 42 years. I've been a TV weather guy. I've been a meteorologist. I started out in Tallahassee, Florida, back into the 80s. And landfall, as far as a hurricane go, landfall is a subjective term. The Hurricane Center calls it one thing. The center of the storm, if you can find the actual center, which would be in the middle, typically in the middle, it would be the area where there's theoretically no wind whatsoever and the lowest barometric pressure is measured. Well, to me, landfall is when the outer edge comes on shore and at least the upper part of the eye. So, I've always got to be a little different, I guess you could say. Let's look at this. I like these. Well, this will show you some lightning here. We'll animate this and show you where the lightning field is along the storm here, which does have some lightning right around the center of the storm and some lightning beginning to pop up in some of the banding features just south of New Orleans too, and some lightning that's ongoing here south of Alabama out into the Gulf of Mexico. You got a little bit of sunshine aiding and abetting this whole situation. As a result, there will be more thunderstorms through the day here in both of these areas. Look how long it took that to load. I know this is a heavily used site today, the satellite imagery, the National Hurricane Center site as well. Quite a bit that'll be going on here as we move through time. Christine says she's fine. What else have I got? I'll show you something else. I like this thing. This is a pretty cool looking satellite image. Nope, not the one I thought it was. Yeah, it is. All right. Wow, just can't get anything to really load very fast at all. I apologize, I'm sort of playing here, but that is it. That's what the Gulf of Mexico looks like. And if this goes into motion, you'll see what I'm talking about. Consistently, the dry air coming in from Mexico, really, and getting inside of the storm and, sort of picking everything up through that region there. And there's your low pressure center itself. You can kind of see there's a little bitty eye there. Just a little bitty one. We got, typically you'd see the eye in a 75 mile per hour storm. You'd see an eye, typically, but we don't exactly have one there. But we do have this band that's on the outer edge that'll be coming on shore here shortly, and that's going to be causing some problems as we were all sort of talking about. Back to the radar site, in fact, and Let me get rid of some of the clutter. Let's see. Stop it. Let's stop that and do this. Layers. We'll drop the statement. We'll drop the discussions. We'll drop the watch because we all know where the watch is. And now we just got this here. So we don't have a tornado warning at the moment, although we got a couple of places that look like tornadoes. This one here just to the southwest of Hopedale and east of Jean Lafitte. There's inbound and outbound there pretty easily. I can see it. You can see it. That's actually a fairly sharp area. And if we look at it as, you know, you can see there's some 70-mile-per-hour wind right there associated with it as it comes on shore. And, you know, just little spins that are ongoing here. And it doesn't look like every little spin's going to get a tornado warning. I'm guessing the Weather Service has decided against that, more or less, but bunch of junk coming on shore there. Well, it's not a bunch of junk. Let's put the radar on the other side. We'll go here and put reflectivity there and take a look at it from this perspective. So there it is in its entirety. Am I frozen? Jarvis, are you here? Am I even... It does that. But is my mic still working? I don't know what's going on with that webcam. You are. You are. Katie says I froze. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. Jamie says I'm frozen. Jamie Slayton's watching. She said you're frozen, or she's talking about that movie Frozen because that's her favorite. And Katie says you're back. Yeah, let me tell you, we're pushing it. I plugged in more stuff, I think, than really was supposed to into this computer, so we're kind of pushing it. And I wouldn't be surprised if it froze. I wouldn't be surprised if it called, if it randomly started calling people, because I've just pushed it to the limit. There's a pretty high wind over there in the eye now. We're looking at some of these wind speeds that are, you know, right there in the 60, 70 mile per hour range. There's some 70s. And it's going to be above the ground, not necessarily on the ground. So as a result, you're not going to see, you know, an actual reading. But look at all that lightning that just formed as well on that eastern side. So that'll be coming into Homa and, you know, right in that area there. And I'm sure that's probably what Brett is awaiting. Is that Brett above my head right there? Is that Brett? Brandon? Jarvis? Okay. Why don't we pull his video? Can you pull him full screen? Take him full, and there's no audio. Has he got audio? Look, he's got some flooding. Oh, let's hear his audio.
Yeah, it's not coming up right here. It's low elevation.
Take his audio. Give me a chance to take a drink.
That's what I was about to say. Should I have flown that? Yeah. It looks good right here. upside down.
It's surging. It's surging in. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting bad now. It was nearly a foot over the road back here. Yeah.
Surging fast back there. I mean, slow down. This is on the other side of flood protection. We're fine here. It's gonna get on that side of that wall. That's what that wall's for. We can get on the other side of that wall till it gets bad, and then we need to come back. It's just, you don't want to be stuck down there. I see how deep the water is, and I see where it's coming.
Listen, Brett's been in.
You know what I mean?
No, don't hear me. You cut me off. I don't hear him.
Hey, he's fixing to flip it.
Turn me.
And it's just rolling.
There we go. So listen, Brett has been in quite a few hurricanes before. He knows what's going on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Famously or infamously did not want to end up being a story in Hurricane Michael. I was a part of that. And,
I like
Brett was
swimming,
in a
Brett.
storm surge that was incredible. So he's looking right now. He's assessing the situation and trying to figure out exactly where he should be as the storm is coming on shore. We've still got about 2 or 3 hours now of the storm coming on shore. That'd be a southerly wind that would
Yeah, I'm about
bring-
to too. It's surging across up through those bayous. I know what's up there. I mean, worst case, if we get stuck, we can get on the flood levee right there and we're fine. If the water ever gets that high, we're dead anyway, so it don't matter.
Well, that wasn't very nice of Brett to mention that, but he's talking about the levee that he just passed a few moments ago. There was where he turned around, that was a flood levee that backs up the water out of the Mississippi River. And so you also see there are some canals there that are in the area. He's driving along a canal, and it looks like some residential houses there on the left-hand side of the road. I'm not
I got something that I want to do
Sure.
real quick. I'm fixing to put my drone out down here by the water tower where the surge is coming across the road and fly by the water tower, and then I'll probably get out of here because the eye wall's coming in pretty fast now. We got a window right here where we can fly that.
Wish you'd fly it live for me.
And then fly that water tower. Peace, bro. That's a water tower right there, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, yeah, because you go around the curve.
I just texted him and asked him to fly it live for us so we could see it, but that would just be too cool.
Yeah, where's our cable at to fly live? The cable for the drone?
Okay. Picked it up when he's looking for the pup.
Yeah, let's do it.
Do it, bro.
It's coming over the road, right up here, just a little bit. Let's do it live.
This is going to be cool, folks. This doesn't happen very often where you
Let you
get to see a live drone up into the air. He's going to show you what's going on. Maybe he can talk us through it as well.
fly up the road, fly to the water tower. Should be good.
Jarvis, do you know? Listen, Jarvis, do you know where this is going to come? The video is going to come through. Yeah, but it'll be on this feed.
Go into some settings, I'm sure, to make it work right without this stupid control stuff. Yeah, they sure do.
This is going to be cool. Pop me up for... Can you split he and I? Let me talk about what's about to happen.
Just by flipping through it, stuff looking familiar. There you go.
Bam. All right then.
Hey. So, did he just go up? Check it out. Check it out. Go back full screen. Go back full. It's awesome. Now, we don't have audio on here. Look at this. This is so cool. So what you're watching right now is Brett Adair, and he's got a drone that costs more than my truck. And this drone, he's flying it, virtually flying it. He's watching, I don't know if he's watching a screen or he's got his little face gear on, but he's driving this thing along the roadway there to show some of the detail about what is happening. He's keeping it low, but he's driving this thing in a, I don't know, 50, 60 gusting situation, 50, 60 miles per hour. This is incredible video as he drives along the roadway here. Back over to the water tower there, and you're watching it live. Holy cow. Look at that. Check that out. That's the water tower there in Cocodrie. I know where this is. That's the Cocodrie water tower. You're looking at some of the water that is already beginning to back up across the region and make its way from, the storm that's down to the south and west of it. So this is going to be a south wind that's blowing pretty hard where he's at. And the canal over there on the left-hand side, already the water is beginning to come up. I don't know. I'm not positive that is the Mississippi River, but I believe it is there in Cocodrie. And I'll try to find out here really quick. Let's see. Cocodrie. I think that's going to be right down there in Terrebonne Bay on the western side. The Mississippi River goes to his east, but this is Dulac there near the Coco Marina, I believe is where he's at, just on a little road there. It's Louisiana 56, I believe, is where he's at. And incredible. Incredible. He was on 56. He still is on 56. I believe the H there that you see is home. I think that's what's on his drone. Yeah, watch the power line. Doesn't it? Darts along. So, again, there's the road. There's the water going across the roadway there. Meaning that the water's come out of the canal and is now crossing over the road, trying to, the water's going wherever it's being pushed. I think this is going to be Waterfront Drive. What's considered Waterfront Drive in Louisiana 56. Near the Cocodrie Charters. This is Robinson Canal on the left-hand side that we're looking at, and the water is coming over that, steadily coming over that area there, just to the west of Lake Terrebonne. And Lake Boudreaux is on the left-hand side. Lake Terrebonne is on the right-hand side near Billy Goat Bay and Chauvin. And that's 56. Boy, that's just to the east now of Dulac, I think, that we're looking at if you're talking about where we are exactly. But that is a storm surge coming across the roadway there. Notice all the houses that are up on pilings. Obviously prepared. People are prepared for what's going on here. But unbelievable.
Where's our maps? 57.
It's 57, B. I'm looking at you right now. You're on Louisiana 57. If you can hear me.
Hey Ron, this is Louisiana 56 at Waterfront Drive. This is just down from the Cocodrie Water Tower. We've got the drone out doing a little bit of ops here. You can see the canals are filling up here, and it's now starting to come across the road and go toward the north. That right to left is right south, left is north. So you're starting to see the canals fill up, and they're overspilling as the right side of the storm gets ready to come inland. We've got a storm surge camera now in Cocodrie that we set up down there, so we're going to have live camera access as this center of circulation comes close to shore. A lot of this is going to go under several feet of water.
Hey, did you mean to say something? Did you send a message with a delay?
Back before I lose it. Oh, dude, it's scraped the ground. Please don't hit that. I think it just smoked the pole. I don't know. We gotta go down there and find out though. Yep.
All right, again, we were watching Brett there moments ago. We're going to follow along with him. You can cut his audio down because he's a little upset, and they don't know where the defrost is inside of the vehicle. So, again, Brett was there on the roadway just a few moments ago, and I think this is going to be 56, Louisiana 56, a little small road. I can show it to you right here. It's a little small, tiny road that came in from Houma, Louisiana, and he made his way southward down 56 Cocodrie. This is the Coco Marina in Cocodrie down to the south. Listen, I've been down here before. They put your boat in with like a forklift sort of a thing, and then you go through all the canals and get lost if you want to. Bay Cocodrie is to the right or to the east, and then you got Deep Saline, Bay La Fleur. These are all French names. I'm not French, but I do know some of them because they jump on me about these. But this is Cocodrie Charters there. Shoreline Drive, I believe, is where he's at. And this is that little, see the guy right there with the little, little guy with a shovel there. I think that's Brett trying to find his drone. He said he smoked a pole. And I don't believe that's illegal. I think what he meant was his drone hit a pole. We'll find out in just a couple of minutes what was going on there. But you're looking live there, Brett Adair, down there amongst it all in southern Louisiana, down in the marshes, and kind of watching what's happening there in all locations across that southern sections of Louisiana into the marsh. And now the storm is coming on shore as Michael. Can you put Michael on? He found the thing and lost it. He finally found the thing. I think we got Michael right here. I got his video. Michael, did you have a hot dog?
Yes, I have. I cooked some hot dogs before I left.
Yeah. Yeah. Look.
On Monday.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on one second.
That's all right. We'll fix you up. Yeah, Michael's in a hurricane. If I didn't mention it before, Michael's in a hurricane, so sometimes you're going to have a few problems here and there.
How'd you know I had hot dogs though?
Michael, I know all things. I have a gift. If we want to get into it, I have a gift, and I just knew. And especially when it comes to hurricanes, Michael, I don't know how long you've been watching me cover hurricanes, but I've been covering them for many, many years, and so I know things. And where are you there, Michael? Tell me about what's going on right now. You're in Morgan City. Is that downtown Morgan City right there?
It's just to the east of downtown.
Look at that.
Right now, we're getting random outer bands of the eye start to show up. Right now, just kind of waiting for it looks like we're going to get the eastern edge of the eye. Looks like Franklin's going to take the main part of it, but trees falling over out in Franklin and in other areas of the parish. But so far, it's been pretty calm. Just like I said, random gusts of strong winds.
Yeah, Michael, and you're in that area where there, you'll be watching the horizon there. There are bound to be some spin-ups showing up, a tornado or two, kind of likely throughout that area. What do you estimate the wind speed there where you stand?
Maybe in the 40s, 50s at the most.
Yeah.
They last maybe 10, 15 seconds and then die off, and then it's relatively calm.
Right.
And it's just been pretty much.
Yeah. All right, Michael, finish your hot dog. We'll check in there with you shortly and to see what's going on. See, not too many people are out on the roadways there in Morgan City, by the way. But you can notice the clouds. If you look at his image there, we're watching him live. Notice the clouds, the deck of clouds, how fast they're moving there across the horizon, indicating that there is some really high wind beginning to show up there. Just aloft. It'll take it a minute to get down to the surface, but aloft we know we're getting some of the high winds being reported there throughout that entire area. Again, Brad Arnold, his target is Cocodrie, coming up in just a few moments. He is live there again down in Morgan City, into that area as well. Jennifer McMahon. Jennifer's on the road again, looks like near Baton Rouge. I-12, she's on the interstate system there, driving along in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We'll be checking in with Jennifer here as we go along. Brandon Ivy is sitting here, looks like in Morgan City also, and watching what is happening in front of him, which looks like, I don't know, Brandon, I get away from there. That just reeks of brain damage. Those big old power lines right there, I never did like them. Anyway, but he's down there amongst it all. You can see the wind and waves just off to the right-hand side of him there, and we've got the camera that we're watching here again. Notice the poles over there on the left-hand side. We don't see the water going up over the poles just yet, so that means the water hasn't really changed that much. We'll go to Mobile 5 here at the moment. I can tell you Mobile 5 in Grand Isle, the water's lower than it was the last time we looked, because it was almost level with what was there on the left-hand side. It was almost level a few minutes ago. What is Brett and can we? Did he just find his drone? Oh, his camera. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. So that's the Grand Isle, Louisiana camera right there that you're looking at. And the water has fallen there. The water was up I don't know if you see I want to get up in my chair and show you, but on the left-hand side there, just a little bit, you see the poles out in the water, and you see the left-hand side, there's a base there. Actually, where the ground is, the water was almost level to that about an hour ago, so it's actually fallen just a tad. And maybe, that might be a short-term thing that's taking place there overall. And then we go back over here to Lafitte, Louisiana, to show you what it looks like with the camera there. And it's going to be very difficult. You have to pick one of the poles. Let's pick the left-hand pole there. You can see there's like a rope around it there on the bottom left-hand side. There's a rope around it. And that's what we'll use to see if the water is actually going up at any point. I thought there was a boardwalk there, but I never did see it, so it's quite possible there wasn't a boardwalk there at all. Right now, Hurricane Francine, there's a new advisory that came up just a few moments ago at the 1 o'clock hour. We told you about that. There'll be advisories now every hour on the hour as we approach landfall. But the latest that we do have, and that's from this last author, was Jack Bevan, who was a college roommate of mine. Look at the dude on the jet ski. Well, check him out. Not really sure what he's doing. He better not touch our camera. I have to make a citizen's arrest. If we had a speaker on, I'd yell at him. Forecast advisory, discussion, public advisory. Yeah, so still it's 1:52 right now, but at 1 o'clock they did issue a new advisory there. We are at 155 miles southwest of New Orleans, Louisiana, or now under 100 miles. We're at 95 miles away from Morgan City, Louisiana, which is where everybody that we've talked to so far has stationed themselves. There near Morgan City, and we'll look at that. In fact, I want to take a look at that in just a few moments. I want to take a look at that basically from, let me do this, and hold on here. Let's do this. Jarvis, can you pull my pad up again? All right, so here's Morgan City, Louisiana. It's actually, I don't know what the total population is, but I know there are a lot of people live there. Highly industrial, because this is where some of the ships, boats and ships come in, and they use this area here. This is the Chefalaya River. It comes in on the south side and takes you back out again down to the Gulf of Mexico. Right through there. So we're still way low here. You're talking about 2 or 3 feet above sea level. If you look at it, some of the system here, the river, there's a bridge right in here that we'll be watching as we go through time, and quite a few houses. You can see Morgan City's a decent sized town here overall, and I don't know how many people evacuated down in that region. Maybe we can get somebody to tell us here in just a little bit how many people actually did evacuate, but that is the town, and very low lying here. Got lots of barges that come up and down the Chefalaya River and through this region, and then they petroleum, I think they got a lot of stuff that they actually dump off. But that is Morgan City, Louisiana, where a lot of our folks are at this point, and what we're going to be watching. And the area just off to the north, well, let's see, you can see where Morgan City is compared to Lake Pontchartrain. There's Morgan City, and then this is Lake Pontchartrain. This is the causeway that goes across Lake Pontchartrain. Maybe you've been across that in an Amtrak before. That is the railroad track that goes across there. Now you got I-55 to the south, I-10 and I-12 to the north. Brett and I rode out a hurricane over here one time. Ida in Belle Chase, and then we were over in La Place, just outside of Booty, and watched the water go up there as well, near the airport. This is Metairie, New Orleans. The Mississippi River that goes through New Orleans like this. The water's probably going to pile up there just a little bit. Then if you go off to the east, like this, down into the Mississippi, kind of goes like that. This is Chalmette, which was just wiped out during Hurricane Katrina. One of my favorite little places here is Chalmette. I used to stay at a little hotel that was right in there. There was a hotel. I used to keep my boat back here, and then you could go and lock through several areas to get back out over the Mississippi River. But this is unbelievable, wide open territory. Bienvenue, over to Tower Dupree, and Lake Pontchartrain. And again, we'll be talking about this area. This is the Rigolets, the small area that joins the Gulf of Mexico into Lake Pontchartrain. And this is a very small opening here, by the way. Right here is a choke point where if the water's coming in from the east, if there's a fetch from the east, it'll try to go through the Rigolets here, and it gets really, this is where it can get bad, and vice versa if the water's trying to go out. If you have a south wind, it's always the northern side of this, the Mandeville side, that is pounded here, a south wind that will bring in a lot of surge into the northern part of the bay. St. Tammany Parish, by the way. Mandeville there. And the Tangipahoa. This is the Tangipahoa River right here. The small river is the Tangipahoa that comes off of Lake Pontchartrain and goes again south. Tons of rivers. That whole thing that's going on here has changed shape. I recently was playing in a trivia game, and the only way I can contribute is if it's geography. I'm a geography major, a meteorology geography major, and so the question was, what are the 10 states that line the Mississippi River? Think about it. What are the 10 states that line the Mississippi River? Thomas says storm surge is happening. Should have gotten a shrimp po' boy. I did. Chalmette, best shrimp po' boy you'll ever get. Hurricane hot dogs. Did Francine hit it? Florencia Neto from Brazil. Florencia, are you still with us? Hold on. Florencio. Are you still with us? Send me another text, Florencia. I think I know your cousin. If you're from Brazil. Thomas, man, this storm's happening. All right. Just trying to keep up. So that's where we are at the moment. From here on out, I expect things to get exponentially quicker and faster with what's going on. We'll start to see some of these videos coming in that certainly are going to have the potential to see more and more of the water rising. Yeah, whoever was driving should have got the shrimp po' boy. Yeah. Lafitte, I need to find out. Oh, I know how I can find out. Take me down right there real quick because I need to look for something. What do I need to look for, though? It's Bridgeside Marina. Bridgeside Marina in Grand Isle. This is the one that we're looking at. Bridgeside Marina in Grand Isle. Now you can pull that up if you want to. And I'm telling you, that water has gone down a little bit. Let's just remember what we're seeing here, because that's going to be the Post. And Bridgeside Marina. What else we got? Bridgeside Marina. I think Brett just put this out. This is a surge cam. Yeah, can you take that full? It's thinking. That's the surge. That's one of the cameras here that Brett just put out just seconds ago. Oh, yeah. Is it frozen? There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Nothing's instant. What's the output that I'm seeing, Jarvis? Why is my output so far behind? So the right hand side, I thought I was just looking at yeah. Yeah, why is it not responding to my iPad? Like if I move, it doesn't move. That's what I was asking. That's what I was asking you, bud. But now it won't even connect. Hold on. Oh. It could be on my side. All right, folks. Sorry, we're getting close. Again, here's a look at the satellite image. I'm going to show you a satellite infrared picture, and showing you the infrared here because the visible looks like crap. This is the infrared, and I'll probably have to use this in order to find exactly where the center of the storm is at this point. It's right about there, but still had this huge dry air entrainment coming in on the western side. But that's going to be the image as we see it here at the moment. The folks from Tropical Tidbits, by the way, one of the best pages that's out there. And here's the latest. This is the 1 p.m. Central Intermediate Advisory coming in just a few moments ago. 28.6, 92.1. Winds are now at 90 miles per hour. This is Category 1 hurricane. Moving to the northeast now at about 16 miles per hour. So it's getting picking up a little bit as far as the intensity goes. And the forward motion is a little bit faster. That puts it up into Memphis by Friday as a low pressure center, by the way. And that's going to end up bringing quite a bit of this activity across the eastern sections of Mississippi and Alabama as we go through the next 48 hours as well. All the latest says that this thing is still going to make a trajectory about like this that goes across the eastern side of Louisiana along I-10 and then northward into the I-55 corridor of Mississippi and northward. It's a low pressure center going northward. On the eastern side, we'll find the threat for severe weather, maybe some tornadoes. Very possible during the day. This is 24 hours later about middle Mississippi, which means the eastern side, the right-hand side, would be into central Alabama by that point, and that could be problematic. Again, there's your low-pressure center. Got winds coming in from different directions, but mainly out of the east across southern Mississippi, southern Louisiana, now into Florida. Also got an easterly wind that's showing up across the region, and now the trajectory says a weakening storm from here on out. That's what this graph is saying. As you go through time, we're now at 80, almost a Cat 2, but we're looking at the wind speeds continuing to fall. This is as of noon today, 18Z, noon today. The model intensity guidance says, is she done? She done strengthening. So that is also the good news. And again, there's your latest as far as the winds go. 80 miles per hour. That's 90 miles per hour. That's knots. 976 millibars. Maximum wind radius now is at 25 nautical miles away. You would find some 64 knot winds there in this northeastern quadrant. And I'm going to show you to the northwest. It's 25 miles out, 35 miles out to the northeast, 35 miles out to the southeast. And they got 20, very little wind down on the southwestern quadrant of our storm as we look at it at this point. So not a big deal there overall. Again, I think, I don't know if this site is quit, but pretty much what you're looking at right in there. The flood inundation says that this is where we'd find the highest surge on the eastern side of this, which is going to be all those parishes there just to the east of Morgan City. And in fact, as we were looking at this a little bit earlier, we knew the threat was going to be there for that area just to the east of Morgan City. I want to go back here and show you. Here's where you're going to find all of this as we go through it. And I'll put this into motion again. The eye deteriorating very rapidly now. On the western side especially, the eye is deteriorating pretty quickly. It kind of looks like a little flattened pancake here. Three things that I see that are noticeable to me is that there is lightning in this thing still. There's quite a bit of lightning here. They're lightning strikes. You can see them throughout the interior. The highest winds, the winds that are going to get to 90 miles per hour, probably denoted right here in this small little box that you're looking at. That'll be on the eastern side, but that will soon be coming into Houma, Raceland, the Thibodaux area there, Grand Isle off to the east, pretty much coming into the areas where all of our guys are sitting there eating hot dogs and waiting on this to come on shore. We're not being trivial about this because it's going to be a serious situation when it does so. But right now, a little bit of a lighter mood, as you can tell, and we'll go along with that. I think anybody and everybody who should have left has probably already left, hopefully. They are in, somewhere safe, have gone inland a little bit. Not a huge storm. I mean, a lot of people down there probably have been through this sort of a situation many times before and stood ground. It didn't really have the opportunity to do a whole lot more than what it's doing right now. But as the bands are coming in, I see some of the videos. We'll be going to some of those full screen here so you can see them a little bit more. I know many of you maybe are watching on your phones, so we'll go full screen as much as we can. You're not, everybody's not really watching on a big television screen at the moment, but pretty much what you see there is what we got. We got the heavy rain coming into New Orleans, Hopedale, and all that, Laplace over to Baton Rouge, Hammond, Louisiana, Picayune, Gulfport over to Pascagoula there into Mobile, Alabama. Very heavy rainfall on the eastern side of this in particular. And so there's your low pressure center. The low pressure center itself is right here. Very easy to see. No precipitation. Now, maybe not even a lot of wind. And all the guys and gals who are out there, the ladies and gentlemen who are in the community of storm analyzation, chasers, they're waiting on this eye. Traditionally, it's the coup de grace. It's what you would go and you want to see. You want to see the eye of a hurricane. This thing is enormous. Some of them really strong hurricanes, 10 miles, 10, 11 miles wide. So you have a small window of opportunity to be in the eye of a hurricane when it comes to that. This one, it's going to be like covering the entire southern part of Terrebonne Parish as it comes on shore. So a lot of people are, I think a lot of our folks are out there and they really want to be in the center, in the eye of this hurricane. We've got enough cameras to where you too can be in the eye of the hurricane. You can be watching it and keep up with it. And we're probably going to have cameras. I wouldn't doubt Brett sends up the drone in the middle if the drone's working. I don't know. He said the drone smoked a pole, and I think that's he was talking about the drone. And it may not be working anymore. The eye looks like a bat, says Overkill. A bat? Like a baseball bat or a bat? Nola Boo. Chalmette has Rocky and Carlos restaurant. Harold Morgan is with us. What restaurant? See, we're talking restaurants here. Jenzang says, is it Booty? It is Booty, not Booty. All right. See here the comments. Dude from Brazil. I really wanted to talk to him. Sarah's with us. Sarah's late to the party, but she's here now. Sarah, so great to see you. Appreciate you so much. Sarah's been with us quite a bit throughout the years. Appreciate you, Sarah. So here we go. Again, I'll put it in motion here and show you where we currently are. The eye eroding quite a bit over the last few minutes, but still, you got a pretty good curvature there. The wind's going to pick up in Amelia and Thibodaux and Halma, Dulac. Should see, I think that's going to be the corridor there where the highest winds are going to be seen in the next 15 to 20 minutes and then come on shore and move in that general direction. I got another radar back here that shows the storm in a little different perspective, if you will. You want to pull that up? You want to pull the WS3 up for just a second? And we'll take a look at that. And maybe take it full screen. Can you take it full screen? Take it full screen. There. And again, a little bit different perspective of radars. Let me see here. And you can see the outer band. That northern band is about to move onshore now. And that's going to be the highest winds of the moment. There's a little update there. What is that? That says that local storm report, actually, 66 mile per hour wind, sustained wind. Let me put it back up there. 66, that's at an AWA station. 83 mile per hour wind gust. That was Ship Shoal 241, and that was at 115. I'm sorry, I missed that. I don't see any more hidden in there, but not too far away now. The storm is not too far away and just about ready to come on shore here in the next 30 minutes. Any tornadoes yet? Sarah says we've had a couple of tornado warnings, actually. I don't think anything has been confirmed, but a couple of tornado warnings a little bit earlier for a few parishes over there on the eastern side. We do have a possible as a marine warning that has expired. It just didn't fall away just yet. But waterspouts are likely throughout this area. There is a tornado watch. Let me go ahead and throw that back up. It is a tornado watch that's still included across this region. That watch is going to go until 10 o'clock. What time? Till... For another 8 hours, so that's 10 o'clock normally, and that's for 667. 667. That's the tornado watch that is out there. But big storm on the eastern side in particular. S. Chauvin used to live in Port Sulphur. Been there. Been through it before. Stay safe. Good advice. Good advice. Brandon, if you want to go through, you want me to go through on my iPad the videos that we have again? Let's see. It actually works better if I use the hazmat. Has been site here, but no stations are found. I wonder if that's a small problem that has occurred. Yeah, I can pull them up. I just thought I'd do it through the site, and I can't get it to go full screen. But whatever. Again, this is our site there at Lafitte. Water seems to be going up just a little bit there. Grand Isle, I still think the water went down there a little bit. You can see the wind is coming toward us here in this video. That's going to shift. The wind will actually shift from another direction here as we move along. And then we've got a couple more here. Check this out. Now, this is some of the highest, this is some of the worst weather I've seen so far. And this is going to be, yeah, it's live. I can't remember what marina that is in. Can you pull that up full? Go ahead and pull that up full, because that's the best video we've got so far. Yeah, check that out. Just outside of Jean Lafitte is this video right here. We'll stay with this for just a couple of seconds. Jarvis, is there any audio in this? He didn't put a microphone out? Oh, by the way, I'm not talking to nobody. No audio on the camera. All right. Heavy wind. You can certainly see it. It's blowing away from the camera. I'm not exactly sure where the camera is. If I had the other site working, I could show you, but nonetheless, some of the highest winds at the moment showing up there, 30, 40 miles per hour maybe, and this is where you're likely going to see some of the first gusts that will be taking place here in this part of the south of Lake Pontchartrain. This is Jean Lafitte, that is just south of Lake Pontchartrain, south of the interstate there, south of I-10, and that's some of the first feeder bands that are coming on shore. And there will certainly be more where this came from. Brandon Ivey's out and about. We're looking at Brandon Ivey here. This is out of Morgan City, Louisiana. Brandon's camera is coming up. Just make my iPad full screen and I'll run through these, Brandon, if we can. There you go. Yeah. There's Brandon Ivey in Morgan City again, kind of riding around. You can see quite a bit of rainfall there from time to time. We got Jennifer McMahon. Jennifer is set up with some of the emergency responders who'll be coming in after the fact, post. And they'll be, they're in Baton Rouge right now. She's in Baton Rouge. And that'll be one area there where they, set up and everybody gets organized as to where to go, how to handle any power outages that might occur. You know what? This is a possible situation where you get out of this with very few power outages. In Louisiana, it's always survival of the fittest. It's always whatever was there. Maybe rode out a hurricane somewhere in the past, and it was there, and nothing really happened as far as any power outages go. And as long as it made it through one or two different situations, it's quite possible to make it through the next one. So it is, in fact, you see there are not any trees or anything to actually knock the power lines down. And then there aren't any power lines. Again, as we were watching Brad Arnold, who is riding through the muck. And Michael Beard is there. Michael's he's focusing on a couple of small outbuildings there that are suspect. If they're not tied down, he's in the Morgan City area there as well, which is looking like it's going to be the eye of the hurricane is going to be very close to that area here in the next 25, 30 minutes coming on shore and then moving into Morgan City within the next hour to hour and a half. So a lot of the stuff will be happening as we go into the short term. Water coming up a little bit here. This is there in Lafitte, Louisiana at that marina. We'll be looking at that and following that as we move along too. And if, once again, I think if you go to the WSV computer for just a moment, full screen, and I got a couple of things I need to do here, maintenance-wise. There we go. Hold on for just one sec. You good? All right, so there, once again, what you can see is the radar. We're showing you the radar and put it back into motion. Why did it freeze? Let's see. It'll catch up in just a couple of seconds. There's the radar. Again, showing you movement to the north. Give it a second to catch up. All right, once again, kind of looking at the radar here and where we are. This is radar scope, and we'll show you the radar again showing low pressure. The actual front out the eastern side is kind of suspect to me, looks weird. But what you're looking at here is an eroding eye wall that'll be coming on shore here in the next few minutes. You can see it now from Dulac over to Morgan City into the Thibodaux area is the chute. This is the area where the eye of the hurricane is going to be coming on shore. Anywhere inside this area, as y'all know, I think New Orleans ends up seeing the eye of this hurricane as it comes on shore. There'll be a period there where there's no precipitation, maybe no wind, actually, and on occasion, a flock of birds that will be in the center of the storm that you can sometimes see. That actually happens from time to time. And pretty much what we're seeing here is a landfalling hurricane that is, thank goodness, out of time and just doesn't have the opportunity to do much more than what it's doing here at the moment. The feeder bands actually have come so far on shore, they're no longer going to be a source of fuel for the situation, and should at least at that point no longer be a big deal. At 2 o'clock now, the new advisory coming across. This was an update. Tropical storm force winds, heavy rain spreading inland. The conditions will continue to deteriorate over the next several hours. Hurricane force winds are located just offshore now, and an oil platform southeast of the center recently reported a sustained wind of 92 with a peak gust of 112, just about 100 feet above the water. So 112 is the highest wind I've seen so far or heard about. A gust of 112 miles per hour. That's just off to the southeast side, an oil platform. And another station located on Eugene Island recently reported sustained winds of 50 and a peak gust of 53 just a few moments ago as well. So another position update coming in from the National Hurricane Center saying that we are now 80 miles south-southwest of Morgan City. 80 miles south-southwest of Morgan City. There it is. There's 80 miles. Let me do it this way. I'll just show you. There's, 80 miles to the center. Now I'd say we're about 70 miles to the center. That was as of 2 o'clock. This is now 2:30. And pretty much where we are there with everything. So New Iberia, you're going to be on the eastern side. That's going to be a north wind for you at New Iberia. Shifting is coming in out of the east at the moment, but eventually you'll have a north offshore wind in Lafayette over to Cameron Parish, there throughout that region. The brunt of this coming in now is going to be on this eastern side. Dulac, we'll hear about something from Dulac here in the next hour. Because basically that'll be the first populated area that we'll have underneath the eye of the hurricane. Morgan City would be next, over to Houma, Thibodaux. You'd be next, as well as New Orleans, and then into Gulfport, Slidell, Picayune, Pascagoula sometime thereafter, as this thing keeps tracking off to the northeast. Two things you see here is that, one, there's not much going on the south side of all this. Really looks like at this point everything is going to be in the north and eastern quadrant of this situation as it passes on by. Storm relative velocity, look at this. You got a couple of winds out here that seem to be gusting. This is going to be a wind speed, I think, right at 125, 35. There is a peak wind of 135 on the northeastern edge of the eye wall. Now, two things. This is going to be pretty far above the ground. That's out past 70 miles. 70 miles is this curvature that you see in the radar. The Doppler radar products cease to exist beyond this 70-mile range, but the radar does not. The radar beam still goes out, and so you can see as well as I do that we got a high, that right there, that color, that's way up there on the color chart. And if you go over it, I can still find 120, 27, 130 mile per hour wind somewhere right there within that region. And it is going to be elevated. Just how elevated? Let's find the center. So right there is where the radar is in Hammond, Louisiana. And I can do this and put that there and drag out. And now the beam height is 10,000 feet. I don't know if you see that. Beam height, 10,000 feet. Curvature of the earth does some of that. So the beam height is at 10,000 feet, and that's where that wind is, at 10,000 feet. So not at the surface just yet. What does that say? 30 miles an hour? 26 miles an hour? That's a cell moving at 26. So pretty much where we are at the moment is a hurricane just down to the south and moving northward. And we should be good. Whoops. Try this radar for just a moment. We lost some of our videos there. There they are. Pop Brett up for a second. What is he doing? So it looks like he's right there at one of the locks. Let me talk to him and see if he'll talk to us real quick. Brett is not stuck. He's watching a lock there to see if the water is coming across the roadway, but he is not stuck. If Brett were stuck, he'd be calling. I have seen that before. It looks like the water, I don't know, the road is there. It looks like the water is coming over the roadway, but that looks like a lock. That looks like one of the many locks there on the canal. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't had more tornado warnings. I saw you could see quite a few small spins a little bit earlier, but they have since kind of dissipated. We don't see anything really large there. And we'll get Brett on in just a couple of minutes. Hit a couple of those cameras, Jarvis. Yeah. You got your Brad Arnold there. Bradley's out and about. He's somewhere. He says his current location is right there where he is. And he's somewhere down there. There's a little debris on the roadway. He's still somewhere down there near Morgan City, I think. He didn't really change a whole lot. And there's that marina again. I need to find out more about that marina. And again, I can't make it work. Let me try it again. Let me try one more time. I'm trying to get the WeatherLogic page to load, and it won't. You see it? It says no stations found, because it had all the information about those sites, and I don't know if that's a yeah on the page. You think? All right, that's that Lafitte. Who else we got? What else we got? We got a couple of those other. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of breaks showing up. Huh. What does he mean by that? Okay, because we're looking at them. I don't know what he's talking about. All right, I'm gonna take this lull in the action, this opportunity to go and use the little boys' room. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. I don't even know where the mute is on my mic. Mute me, please, because I don't think anybody wants to hear this. All right, we're going to take a little break here, and I think Brad might be. Some of these are frozen. That one's frozen. Are we just doing like? Oh, you're going to reset them all. That's live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break here. Brett, I'll effort getting Brett on with me here in just a little bit to make this more interesting than me just sitting here talking. And we'll kind of go from there. But I'm gonna we're actually gonna have these looping, all of these surge cams. We'll have them looping, and you can see what's going on. You can watch what's going on there with the radar, and we'll keep you up to date that way. And in about 30 minutes, I'll come back and we get some more information. And Brett is on the ground, and we'll talk to him too. He's been Brett has a lot of responsibilities other than playing around here with me. But we'll do that, and I'll come back with more for you in just a few minutes. So if you want to keep watching the cameras, you are welcome to do so. And I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Where was it at?
Right here. Along one of these poles.
Oh, was it?
Yep. Do it again.
Just not saying what that was about. Line's just slapping right here. It's knotting up with cable line.
Of course you're not.
What?
Don't do it.
What do you mean? Oh, tire flash? Yeah, just being a pain. Holy road.
Herd and mundane now. On the wall for now. Or out for now.
Just saw it on NBC World News that y'all's footage was the main storyline.
You'll have that on the FAFO jobs. Streams that seems to be working pretty good.
Yeah.
Well,
What's that?
cut through the parking lot here. Maybe. No.
Whoa.
Oh, we're on the back side of the
Oh,
tree.
is this the tree
Okay, I
again?
gotta go around.
K-band.
Bayou Express, dog.
Uh-huh.
Oh, to come around? It'll be alright. How are we going? Oh, that's the other side of that tree. I got you. Keep going. There's a grocery cart right here in the road, though. I think you got it. We got our little light on the front. I hope it still works.
Yep.
Okay, so it's good. We're doing some improvising, guys. There ain't a whole lot of stuff going on at the moment. Oh, it's getting worse. Look at the wave about to hit it.
Yes, they bury their people. Some bury them above ground.
Sure do, like a little mausoleum almost in concrete. Oh, so we're back on this side of it now. Or is that another tree?
Same.
Same tree. Lights on, lights off.
They came on, they went off.
Yes. Oh, did they?
Down here.
Probably that power flash. Dude, up here near Thibodeau.
It's crushed.
Oh yeah, there's a freaking TVS in it. How about it, Ryan Hall? Oh, dude! Did you see that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
So we've made it back off the coastline somewhat. We are up near Houma, Louisiana now. Power's going in and out as we've got had a sign just fly by the window a minute ago. Seeing a little bit of structural damage, mainly metal type stuff, tin roofs, trees down on power lines. It's pretty common. Here comes another sign or something, piece of metal that's gonna fly. A lot of power outages in and out here, but so far not a ton of damage up in Houma, inland a little bit, but It's a very dirty center of circulation now. It's like we thought we were going to end up getting in the eye at some point, but it just hasn't stopped being extremely windy. So we're going to play around in this area for a little bit and see what it brings, and then probably trek on up toward the north with the band. Definitely shifted. Now it's blowing in this window.
Oh, well, we don't have a red light anymore, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it just went out, didn't it? That just happened.
No more stop yet. No more stopping.
Walmart's on. We'll leave the light on for you. Hey, man, them chicken wings were the greatest thing I've ever eaten. After no dinner last night, that was great. Chicken wings. I need that lady to make me some more chicken wings for me.
Be on the way out.
She probably ain't got power now. Look at that one light pole. The little light that could. Hold on, man. Said if we want to stop by his hotel and take a shower or whatever, we're fine.
Yeah.
Will.
Oh.
He's in Nala. Or if we wanted to stay, we could stay.
There's a Fairfield right here.
Oh yeah, they probably got a little power. Slack.
K-band.
No, didn't see that one. Was that 56 down there or what?
Yeah. 56. This is 57.
On
For right now.
Yeah, we can keep going north of 22.
Well, there was a power flash somewhere. It
Where?
just lit up over here.
Did it? Oh, there's power just went off and come back on at these buildings right there.
Okay, I think the flash is over here. Boy, I bet they get a lot of business. There we are. I sent a picture of that to the weather service of the Cocodrie camera. The last image we got, they just extended that flash flood warning down there for Terrebonne like immediately. High black water.
Yeah, I feel that black water on my feet too.
And it does have a little tingle.
K-band.
What's this?
Patient 10.
Oh, in the road. I was wondering what this guy was doing. He just chilling.
Pony.
Oh, it's a fire guys. He's got a parking garage too.
Yes.
Is there food up there? Question mark.
K-band.
We are headed that way now. It's starting to really wind down. I mean, there's a little bit of wind, but oh look at the windshield. Hold on. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, right here. Never mind. 10 damage right here. Might as well get it. You can just slowly.
Let me get you a shot.
All right. Good Lord, this flagpole's about to come down, son. Tree down. Shot. Might as well build something while we're here, right? They're buying everything else. Why not? If you see anything that looks suspect, I mean, we got the trees, the blinking lights right there. I think there's a tree behind it, isn't there? Oh, right here to the side. Go through the parking lot. Let's get over there and cut out toward that truck and stuff. Boutique. Maybe. No, you ain't got to if you can. Can you? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we could like slow roll right there, and then when you can turn it, and we'll see that too. Dude, the eye's just to the west. Boutiques. Is that what the name of it is? Yeah. Okay, here's the tree down too. Great shot. Great rolling pan. Great rolling shot. Now I'll get these lights blinking since the wind's blowing and the lights are blinking. We got the tree down already. Perfection. Channels. Because I think the tree's back there in the background behind it, right?
It's right in the corner.
Right, so
You got sign material in the fire lines.
Yeah, you're right. Where's that tree at?
Around the corner.
Oh, is it? Okay, so it ain't gonna be right here then. They got the Rouses has got power, baby. They know what's important. I've already got a shot of just the tree. The power's back on again.
Yeah. Must be a store open down there. He's just walking down the street with a 12-pack.
Wind's probably out of the northeast a bit. Don't see anything else. My eyes are messing with me though because I don't have any glasses. What?
That was a new one.
Did we catch it? Did it go off?
Yep.
That's crazy wild.
K-band.
This truck likes to eat cables, you know.
It does. At least this one swims better than the last one, by the way. Oh, some of the 2x4s in that building had dropped. We already got all this. We already know how to get around this bad boy.
Put in NOLA.
Here, I'll give you the address.
Okay.
1 second. All right, boss. Put it in. $632. And let's see if it starts populating. TCHOU. That's it. Tchoupitous Street or something. Tchoupitous. That's it. We finna ride through it too. So power. I ain't even heard it. I hear the whistling. That ain't bad. 106. There's it. Yeah, 106. Let's go get it, baby. Get a shower. What was that highway right there in Houma?
The main one?
Yeah, what was-
57. Yeah.
Yo. I'm going to New Orleans to get a shower. Well, we were in the spot. My camera down there's got 4 to 6 feet of water on it in Cocodrie, and we'd rather drive through the damn lake that spilled into the roadway on Louisiana 57 to get out of there. It was neat. I mean, it was a Cat. Look, they upgraded that thing to a Cat 2. That was a Cat 1. Big time. Big time. Yeah, we... So you saw Recon recorded the highest flight level winds after it made landfall in the southeast quad, right, of 106 knots. Well, we were in Dulac, and stuff was flying around there pretty good. There were some pretty large trees down.
We had sustained at 68 with a gust to 98 there, but again, and drove around it to get into the surge where they had the levee closed. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was good. It was just windy and rainy. So that was a weather flow sensor that actually got that there. The further inland that we came, like we're at Homa. Well, you saw us. I mean, I didn't feel like Homa had much of jack in terms of any wind. I mean, that might have been 40 mile an hour, maybe a gust of 50 in town. That's about all I saw. Right. Right, no doubt, yeah. And as you came north, like I said, my biggest concern was the water. I just didn't, because I've never tried to play down in the marshland too much, again, because there's not much there. But, you know, if we needed to, we could have rode out a Cat 4 on that freaking flood control gate if it would have held up, which I think it would have. That thing was like 30 feet high. So... But yeah, other than that, I mean, to me, it was very mediocre. No, not at all. They were pretty awful, man. Pretty awful. Yep. If you look at infrared imagery, you'll see what happened. As soon as that thing made landfall, it's like the southern side went from tops of negative, 70-ish. I mean, they like evaporated. There's nothing. So I don't think it's even mixing much down, because you see it's a very thin band of convection except the far northern eye wall now. Yeah, it's a half a storm. That's it. That's it. So yeah, no, you were 100% correct. There's not much of anything that we saw. The only thing that's going to suck is we're having to drive back and dodge trees and power lines through the power outages. Oh, you're in my ear. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's, I hate to say that, but that's almost the way to describe it. Oh, man. Up. Oh, God, I can only imagine. Let me shoot this little... Let me shoot these little power poles snapped right here, since this is the first pole snappage I've even seen. It's north of town, by the way. Yep. We're going to New Orleans. I'm going to take a shower and figure out what the next move is, because I got to pick up surge cameras somewhere. No, I agree. I think I just got to wait for the water and I guess they'll take a front end loader and scrape the All right, see you. North Home.
Alright, yes.
Oh, cool.
Light bar died.
Did it?
Yep. No blinky, blinky.
What? He made you turn it off, didn't he?
Well, no, it was, what, he was telling me there was trees across the road. It was dead then.
Was it? I kind of think that thing sucked anyway. We got to watch very closely now then. Damn, we ain't got no. How are the LED headlights on this?
That's bright.
Oh, Jesus. Them definitely ain't the ones I got on the new truck, the other truck now. All right.
Probably would hurt to try to at least get the crap off the headlights. Always help on the Suburban. Right.
We're dodging power poles and such on the way.
Itty bitty
Yeah.
vine.
Power's going in and out. Feet, look, see it?
Yeah, a little bit of a lane to them. Huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Tomahawk.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Got a little gusty right here, didn't it? Oh, these up here leaning too. Please don't be down across this road. just takes us up the main road right here, doesn't it? Thank you, Lord baby Jesus.
8 pounds and 6 ounces, baby Jesus.
Do you hear us, you little 8-pound, 6-ounce, little soaking wet Jesus? Where'd this come from? Well, yeah. Send this plane. doing speed-wise? Good Lord.
All fine. I would just really like to be able to use the
front was on too?
Yeah.
Yo. Where at? Structures destroyed over there? Gotcha. Damn. Bad gummit. I'm up here all. Whatever you want to do, it's up to. I'm already up to Louisiana 15. I'm on the main highway at exit 215 headed north. I'm like 35 minutes outside of New Orleans, so. Just, that's fine. Well, I tell you what, you got a drop box or something? Yeah, just put the pack together on like your iMovie or whatever, and then put it on Google Drive and just send me the Google Drive link. I'll take care of the rest of it because it's not a rush now. We're well before news cycle anyway. Okay, sounds good, man. All right, bye. Jordan says there's every bit of better than 10 feet down there. Sweet. Where he's at. Which is what I'm trying to figure out. Where he's at. He said Cocodrie. Yo. My camera that was down there by the water tower, well, it may no longer exist because the last thing we saw were waves hitting it, then it went underwater. Who all left? I know Max did. I know I did. Oh, no kidding. Oh, yeah, and that's a higher spot. So the lower spots further down are. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh, shit. All right. I'm gonna pull that up. That's nuts. Yeah, you couldn't get out now if you wanted to anyway, to the north. Because it's gone, isn't it? How high is it up to the house? Uh-oh. Is it still coming up, or is it leveling off? Okay. Yeah, the wind flipped out of the southwest there, didn't it? It started pouring in. Yeah. Crap. Well, there's some trees down and some power lines and stuff, power poles and stuff as well. We were able to move around. We got up to Doosan, and a 98-mile-an-hour gust happened, and we saw like some metal shit flying and stuff like that. But yeah, I was afraid that was a power flash a second ago. I was afraid that that area was going to get surged worse when we left, but I was also afraid that we would not be able to get anywhere to the north. Well, you got food and drink and all that shit? Yeah, well, my drone's in the Delta out there somewhere. If you end up finding it, just grab that bitch. But it's probably, oh, yeah, it kind of struck a pole and ended up somewhere out there in that marsh because there was some kind of bad RF or something going on out there. So yeah, it's toasted, resting in pieces somewhere out there in the water. No, man, you won't. I was just sticking around. You won't see that. Yeah, I mean, the tide actually turned at like, what, 4 something, so that's nuts. Yeah. Go ahead. All right. Dude, look how high the debris is up the levee. Hold on. God. Yeah, it's over the guards there. There's no guards, look.
And then, yeah, look at this.
Yeah, it got pretty bad right there.
Dude, it's bad. Like, look at all the seaweed.
Oh, that's all
God.
seaweed now. Oh, wow.
No, it's water. It's still water. It just doesn't look like it, but it's all floating.
Wow, all the grass beds right there.
That's still water.
Yeah, underneath it. Yeah, that's grass beds on top.
He's definitely better on not getting out.
Hey, on the other side of that protection levee, is the water up on it yet?
Okay, look. Hold on. Let's take a gander.
That's what I was wondering because there was no water on that side yet when we left.
Let me take a gander quick.
Could you imagine a Cat 3 coming in down there?
Dude, this is pretty bad.
That's what I mean, for it to be like the lowest end Cat 2 maybe ever.
It's dry.
Yep.
Hold on.
That's insane.
Here, hold on. Let me do this.
Dude, if there was no wind, if there was like little wind right there, you should fly the drone on the dry side to the uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's screwed side.
Dude, look at all that seaweed.
That's what I was saying, dude. That's gonna suck because they're gonna have to bring a front end loader to scrape all that. Oh, I see the water's going out fast now.
No, that's coming in. That's slamming into this.
Oh, it's coming in. Okay, I thought it was pulling out.
No, it's still slamming in. Hold on. Wait, hold on, come here. Thank you for the super chat.
Jordan says that he thinks there's greater than 10 feet of storm surge down there on Cocontree, and from what I just witnessed on that FaceTime we just did, it's pretty nasty looking. Bet there's some water up here somewhere. That dude's going slow, whoever that is. This wouldn't be bad if it was just not extremely dark. Well, if you want the truth, I'll tell you, we're going over this really, really high bridge with some really, really big winds. Always. What's up? Is that Grand Isle? Okay. Okay. Alright, what I was wondering is if we had any NVR or anything where we could lapse any of that stuff. If we had it from earlier, I just don't know if we do. That's fine. I just want to upload it or send it as a Google Drive or send it as a Dropbox link. Then I can play with it, because that's yeah, that's gonna be nasty. If you want to do one of those, we can do real-time video. Oh, dude, look at the clouds, ceiling. I can like, it almost looks like a big water tornado. You see the right and left? God.
You have to clear more.
Yeah. Yeah, it got a little nasty down there. I just talked to Jordan Hall, who was on that levee with us when, you know, up from where the box was. I had zero doubt that that entire box is probably underwater. I couldn't see but like a very top piece of a frame or something. White. At that point, I hope it didn't kill it. Oh yeah, it's getting up there. So you know how tall I am. I'm 6 feet, and I put it up a little bit. So I mean, you're talking probably 8 feet of water there at least to try to submerge that box. When you say 5, that's the one that's in Grand Isle, correct? All right. other two are working. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yep. They blocked it? Why? Wow. Okay. Yeah, that because look, and this was a cat 1 that went cat 2 right at landfall, dude, and we were, I mean, it was these, and we only had 4 out. Keep in mind, we only had 4 out, and look just how much. Whoa!
Oh, good God. That was the substation.
I think my pre-record goes back. I think, right?
It doesn't there.
Oh, is it this?
Yeah.
I thought it was on that.
That Panasonic got it. That one don't.
Shit. That was a massive power flash we just had right beside us. I mean, it blew the entire sky like royal blue. See, that's what sucks. We don't have an NVR of my feed like that either. Oh, I know. I figured we were working on in the future trying to get it set up to where we could do all of those things. But you know, obviously that's nor here nor there right now. Yep. Agreed. Yep. Okay. Well, that's what you need to expect is these, and this was a small storm. This hit one state. You know? Crazy. Okay. How to handle them. Okay. Yeah. Feel you. Well, see, Mobile 6 and Gene Lafitte's not showing a feed on live storm chasing, so that's weird. But on Hascams, it's showing up fine, right? That's what I thought. Okay. That one is 6, correct? I'm hoping we get an opportunity to get these back, and then we can work on fixing the issues and hopefully get GPS integrated into them as well. I can just put them on a single switch and you can have at them. Well, no, I can't. The big ones I can't put on a switch because you got to have the camera connected. how can you plug the camera and tie into the switch? There's only one network cable on the. Oh, plug them both in separately. Got it. Because it still works the same way because they're tied together. Okay. I saw that. It looked good too. Having that ability built in, you know, those little boxes are the little boxes that could, because those little bastards are still running. On the box? Oh, the physical power there, yeah, it's going to go out. So it's not going to matter once the power goes out. They'll be kind of obsolete. But I really think that the storm itself is about to be obsolete, because I don't know if you've looked at the radar, but it's a half a cane now. It's really just... Yep. That's right. The Kogadry deal was cool though. We have salvageable footage off of that. That's going to be good. Yep. All right. I get it. I appreciate that, man. I know we had some stuff today, but I think everybody was excited that we got an operational activity with them, and that we were able to get them on. The problems that we had, for the most part, we were able to work out during the critical moments. And then I was, you know, the other part about that Grand Isle box, that's my Netgear Nighthawk that's inside that box, because that's the only thing that I could get to connect to it, because I couldn't find the other modem. If it's here, I've got to go through and find it. Yeah, it's probably on me, and it's probably at my house, if I had to be honest. So oh, really? All right, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a very fast lapse either. You can slow it up some if you want. I just think we need to speed it up so you can show, you know, the time that it took to get there, and even you know, toward the end we can get it real time, more real time, where it shows, you know, just how the water is, how deep it is, and how big the waves are at the end, if you want to do that. Yeah, I think so. What I want to do though is I want to be able to create a lapse and send it out tonight, and send it out to the media clients. Okay. Well, we're headed to the hotel in New Orleans to try to shower and everything, and our buddy's there to hopefully get some food. So. What now? Okay, cool, man. Let me know. I'll be around for a little while. All right, man. We'll talk.
Oh, what? We just ran through a fort. Won't run through it.